Yo, so recently I made a video and I've talked about it, and I even think I kind of covered this in one of my videos that's in my hard drive, but I wanted to make a video just specifically about this, how I ran into the trap of Anja and Alessandra Ambrosio, or Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio, and that I believe, again, it was set out for me like a trap in some kind of virtual reality or augmented reality situation, which is what, basically social media seems to be, at least in my case. And I don't feel as though I have a normal, like, something is going on with my profiles that I don't believe my accounts are normal. Like, something weird has been going on around them for a long time, but specifically now, I mean, it's really kind of obvious to me. But where I'm not being shown how many people are looking at my accounts and stuff, like someone's trying to prevent me from having, from perceiving the situation that I'm actually in, and that it's physically hurting me. Um, because I think I'm just innately like like connected to these things, and so it's cutting off something that I'm connected to, and or it's cutting off, you know um whatever the situation, whether it be a woman or women that I'm also connected to. uh you know like, I just need whatever it is fixed. I do think it's kind of like the strike on the thigh thing, but I'm not exactly sure how it's remedying. I just know that focusing specifically on trying to get my right leg stronger and my right side stronger, doing Bulgarian split squats and stuff like that, plus focusing on Alessandra Ambrosio and Anja Ambrosio very specifically, I've seen more progress. Like, it's actually been healing, at least it feels as though, or it's getting better and like redeveloping, but it's also, it does hurt because I think it wasn't as connected, and now as it's connecting more, it's just hurting more. Like, if it was kind of like this and it's just barely touching, and now it's like, linking back in, it just hurts as it's happening because I think there wasn't sensation there, and now that I'm getting that sensation back, I'm starting to feel things that I've just been cut off from. But I wanted to show that, you know initially, when the whole thing with Alessandra and Andra Ambrosio started, it was a situation of, I was dealing with whatever the Stephanie Justin thing is and was, and with Olivia Munn is there too. And I'm gonna show my side of what happened and what's going on, and why I feel as though Anja Ambrosio was used by Alessandra Ambrosio as a form of a trap in order to, like, get me interested in looking. Because while I find Alessandra Ambrosio extremely attractive and all sorts of, whatever, I've said it in a bajillion videos, some part of me was like, she wouldn't like, she's not interested in me, whatever. Like, whatever's going on with my situation at that point, I was not focused on Alessandra Ambrosio. However, as I've said, it seems like something was trying to subliminally get me to look at Alessandra Ambrosio. In previous things I brought up. So just really quick, we pull this up. I've previously brought up that, even in this forum, and as well on this forum, multiple of the people had Alessandra Ambrosio as their, uh, like, avatars. Like, you can see the avatars here, um, for these things. Um, let's see, I could find even one of the people, because he's one of the, I think he's a moderator. Yeah, Urbanizer had, like, he has this lady now, and definitely not as attractive as Alessandra Ambrosio, but the left eye, right eye thing and the butterflies seems to be a point. And other people, I just remember him specifically, that is, again, either just his avatar or his signature. And, like, it was only after I started, like, just outwardly kind of like looking at and dealing with Alessandra Ambrosio, like, after this situation that I'm about to show, that avatar changed. So it felt to me like, for a long time, people have been trying to like use mentalism or something to get me to like think of this person that, I knew Alessandra Ambrosio's name and I knew her. Um, like she's a Victoria's Secret model, and I know that she's very attractive, and like she's very attractive. Um, so much so that it's like I don't want to say intimidating, but it's like for me at this point, no woman intimidates me. All the 11s, like the most attractive women in the world, I know I have more value than you. I mean, just as what I am. Because of what I've gone through and because being the one on the throne of Yahweh. No woman intimidates me as far as her looks or whatever. The only kind of intimidation uh, that maybe is like, oh, an honest, just, wise woman? Oh, that's how I kind of feel these days. But, also the looks thing is important, but that only gets you so far. Um, if Alessandro Ambrosio is a bad guy, the looks thing is like, oh, well, that's the trick to get you to like look into it and then, you know what I mean? So it doesn't like looks is great, but what type of person you are on the inside is beauty. Like there's beauty on the outside, beauty on the inside. That's not just a trope. I can't tell whether Alessandra Ambrosio is beautiful on the outside and ugly on the inside, or whether she's beautiful on the outside and beautiful on the inside. And that's the part because I can't. Something is cutting me off from perceiving stuff. Same thing with Anja Ambrosio. As I've said, if the thing that I'm about to show is actually like, hey, they saw what was going on with me and Stephanie Justin, and so I'm gonna just right now, I'm going to show what I'm talking about. So I kind of made this in my story and pictures yesterday. So let's pull this up here. Okay. And again, I'm at this point, I'm under the impression Alessandra Ambrosio is Jezebel or is someone being used by Jezebel. If not, this character, symbolically in the Bible, some woman out there setting traps, some people, a group of people called the Nicolaitans, victory over the people. That sounds like the exact thing that when you see what's going on with Diddy and what's going on with Jeffrey Epstein and what's going on with whatever, that wealthy, influential people, like as a last step of maintaining control, are using sexual traps like honeypots, or maybe it's even like this is something that they were trying to do spy stuff, but they're trying to do it out in the open, and they're using these honeypots with like celebrities and stuff, and maybe they even have compromising stuff on her. I'm sure. My whole point is like there's probably porns of any and all of these celebrities where if they came out, it's like I mean, if it came out, what? But if it comes out that like, hey, they're being blackmailed and stuff, that is a big deal. Or if they're trying to blackmail people. So anyway, I'm trying to make these points, and so you first of all you got some older pictures here of Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio, and Noah is also in there, as well as and I picked that one to show that like, hey, first of all, I just want to reiterate this. At this point, Stephanie Justin has absolutely proved out there is a group of people using image communication to make points as if they're sitting here like, if I'm sitting here pointing to this while I'm talking about whatever's going on, and then you're like, what are you talking about at Secret Lab? And I'm like, and I'm just sitting here pointing to it, and I'm like, what do you mean, what am I talking about, Secret Lab? What are you talking about, Secret Lab? And you're like, what is he talking about, Secret Lab? And I'm just sitting here like this, like, you know what I mean? Like, really obviously, but it's plausibly deniable, I suppose, if I'm like, what do you mean? I'm not talking about any kind of secret lab. You know what I mean? That kind of bullshit where they're just going to lie to your face. So people have done that to me a lot, to the point where they literally did that to me and threw me in jail saying like, "No, we don't know what you're talking about," and blah blah blah. Part of what I'm showing here is there's a public thing going on at the time, I think, or a semi-public thing, and the people all involved in it, when I lashed out at people, I lashed out at them because I had reasonable suspicion they were participating. Reasonable suspicion being seemingly whatever AI things are going on around me, I think were active at the time to a lesser degree, but still going on. Something was like pointing to these people, and there's just, it seems as though something was going on with them, and like playing it this long into the future. I think I've pointed out that some of those people were aware at the time and are looking in the same way that I'm saying, hey, I have this story in pictures. They were watching when they got into the story in pictures, they private their account because it's like he knows or something. You know what I mean? And I suppose that's plausibly deniable. They didn't block me, but like it is. I think if I was to be able to see what their activity was, it would just be obvious. You know what I mean? That people are watching me and have been causing me these problems and are just trying to like psychologically and abuse me and harass me. And I think it's to steal whatever, my mojo or whatever. This Austin Powers is steal some kind of like, you know what I mean? Like steal something from me that's in like directly connected to me. And I think because I'm the dude conquering at the seven churches of Asia, at the end of every Bible, there's this if then conditional statement set list, very similar to the sword and the stone. If you do the things, you get the things. If you complete the if and the if then you get the prize. The prize is like basically culminates. You don't just pull the sword out of the stone, get to be the king of England. You get to be the king of kings, lord of lords. I'm assuming because there's a bunch of sovereigns, like wicked, evil people doing this kind of bullshit behind the scenes. And, you got a bunch of wealthy people with whatever, and they're using these women in like really fucked up ways. But like people are connected. Like I think, like, you're connected to your wife. The two become one flesh. Okay. I think they've connected not just Stephanie Justin, but Alessandra Ambrosio to me and have been using her to literally physically hurt me, but emotionally, mentally, spiritually, sexually, socially, monetarily. I've been robbed, or I've had, lots of cryptocurrency stolen from me multiple times since this started in various fashions that I think is just empowered by them watching me and knowing what they would be able to get away with and do plausibly in a way that's plausibly deniable. Um, Additionally, my car was stolen like right around this time. This is why it's like, I'm feeling like something is using this. But in any instance, one of the things I want to reiterate is I don't know, when I look at Anja and Noah, I just get the vibes that maybe they don't have the same dad, but I don't even know if there's multiple uh like it feels like there's like something's trying to do stuff with like body doubles and like whatever at this point AI masks and stuff. So anyway, that's kind of a different thing, but just assuming that hey, they're just a family or something, whatever's gone on here where um it seems like Fernanda Mota and Chloe are trying to do a very similar thing, and it definitely to me feels like the movie Logan, where I'm like Wolverine, or the Logan, the Word of God, Logos, Logon. Okay, there's where that IP comes from. But in any instance, um, and it's about hey, Wolverine's trying to take this girl, keep her safe from like these mercenaries that are trying to steal her mutant powers or whatever, and like anyway, you can go look at the synopsis. But in any instance, it feels like that movie came out right before this. I think it was aimed at uh you know I think I was tied to this. Like I don't think time works the way people exactly believe. Like I think you're gonna learn. I think people are gonna learn that time doesn't quite work in the way that people believe. But I can say this, that it feels like that was probably initially about Anja Brojo and me, right? I'm Wolverine, she's Laura. I think that's what this is supposed to be. And like at the end of it, I die, and then she's like off with her friends or whatever, like surviving as mutant children. I don't whatever. In any instance, it's just an analogy or an allegory. What I'm trying to show here is that this was very deliberately, I believe, by Alessandra and whoever is using her, unless, this is just, it is for me, and there is a situation where she's trying to do this for me in kindness, but that it's devolved into something that is hurting me and it will not stop, and I can't get people to engage, I can't get her to stop, and I can't get whatever it is, like, hey, this is not being done right, and it's hurting me. It's like an odd situation to begin with, especially because the whole Stephanie Justin thing is going on around me. That people have specifically bullied me and tried to cut me off at my sexuality over and over and over. And that specifically, I think Stephanie Justin was put into this into Metal Gear Solid to be like it's almost like a cyborg suit, and she gets to be Major from Ghost in the Shell, but that like it didn't work the way that they wanted, and even as that Kuze in Major in Ghost in the Shell, so Major and Kuze, she's like the love interest. His name was, you know, I don't know, they're both like white in it for whatever reason, but they're actually Japanese people. So Kuze, his name is Hideo. So Hideo Kojima, right? And so that's how I think it's a cyborg kind of like CG suit that her image is literally scanned into the game, and then she's the character. So, that's one of the reasons it's also hard to avoid Stephanie Jewson. You can see that I even made art relating to Metal Gear Solid before that, so that it's very clear some I'm into, some I play. I haven't played Metal Gear Solid since then. I didn't play Death Stranding. I don't want anything to do with it since Stephanie Jewson has been put into this. Since these women have been used in such a toxic, kind of poisonous way to envenom me like a venom snake bite. And like, whatever this snake bullshit is, the snake to Yahweh is just, the dragon is just a little snake for Yahweh to step on its head and crush it. And if, I happen to be the person that Yahweh's using to do that, and it's envenomed me, and Yahweh is slowly bringing me back, well, there you go. And we can even see here, I'm making a point with the, snake stuff and the stuff from Acts 28 where, hold on, where, snake bite VIP, VIP. It's like not just a snake bite, but like a VIP snake bite. Oh, hey, Olivia Munn, the one who seemingly has done something so wrong that she's gotten cancer. And I was saying that, I clearly am trying to make points towards that and this is 2019. And if we go back, it's like, we're going to see stuff from 2018, and that's when the Alessandra Anja Ambrosio thing came up. So maybe Olivia Munn could be Jezebel, I guess, because she is sick now. And like, it does make sense to me that, she doesn't seem like a good person. In fact, every indication she's a bad person. She has cancer for a reason. It's because she's an evil witch of a woman. She literally broke up another woman's marriage. She had a kid with this comedian as a joke, just to make it as abusive and hard to stand as possible. It didn't work. It's backfired, and she's gotten cancer. If that is harsh to hear, it's harsh to have done to that woman. When there's literally videos and her face is on the thing, and the thing on my YoTV account is cuckold rape. She did that to that woman. She cuckold raped the woman by all accounts, because the woman seemingly publicly has been, it's not like she agreed to it. So, Olivia Munn. I mean, it is what it is that she's evil, but okay. And I have nothing against Asian people. I don't know why it seems like Asian people seem to be this thing that keeps striking me in a really mean, kind of fucked up way. I love all sorts of people, but I'm also willing to call out like, hey, what the fuck is going on here? That like, why do I keep like, what's up with the whole, Stephanie Jewston thing, and like, this stepdad and the boyfriend in this situation? Am I Asian? Are they trying to make me feel Asian? Well, this isn't a good way to do it. This is a really abusive, shitty way. And like, maybe I think the whole point is to make me dislike Asian people, because I clearly like Asian culture. I grew up with a lot of Asian heroes, Jet Li and not Rich Lee, but Jet Li uh, was like, or Bruce Lee, but for my era it was Jet Li, and I was like, oh, this, like, I always liked his movies, and growing up, you could ask my dad, we'd always go see Jet Li movies. I had all these like Hong Kong action flicks, like The Bodyguard and like The Assassin and Black Mask, and then eventually Jet Li became like into black culture. Maybe was I so into Jet Li they were like, they needed to. There's like, well, let's take this Asian hero. We've got Asian heroes and black heroes, and now we're gonna like, we're gonna make it multicultural for Matt or something. I don't know. You're trying to make a white guy that's not a racist, and it. Okay, well, it seems like that worked, but I mean, did it? I think so. I don't think I'm racist. It's just like, what's going on with the Asian thing? Like, I don't hate Asian people. I don't hate Asian people because of what I'm saying about Olivia Munn. Like, I think Olivia Munn is just an evil woman. I don't like, so you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know why it seems to be Asian people repeatedly. Like, but okay. In any instance, this is what this is about. So when I'm here in 2018, and you can see on here, and I'm like dealing with Stephanie Jewston, and I'm being very in the same way that I'm describing with Olivia Munn, how she's like, Lady Deathstrike. There's a video that I show where she's like Lady Deathstrike or something, right? Um, if we go to here, right? So first of all, I just want to show the thing that I'm talking about with Olivia Munn being Lady Deathstrike. You can listen in this video. I think I do a good job describing the situation, like at least this part of it, where it's like Olivia Munn is Lady Deathstrike. If you watch this video, I clearly describe like the claws, the like how she has claws, right? And her claws are her using her sexuality, and my claws, like, she's like Wolverine, right? But she has nails and claws to use her sexuality in an abusive, rapey fashion. And I have, I have my words because I don't do this abusive stuff in silence. I just speak out on something that I think. If I think something's wrong, I'll say it. If I think something fucked up, I'll say it, right? That's also why you would want me in a position of like, hey, he can call people out because I will. But okay. Um, so I'm just trying to prove that point out that like, hey, this is clearly um, what I'm doing and I've been doing. And you can see I only started at basically January 1st. I mean, this is like, December 31st, 2017. And like, you know, I just want to show that at this point pretty much doing something like, Bible stuff. Here's me pointing back 1260 days to different things. You know what I'm saying? So maybe it's very relevant now. 1260 days from that point, I think was Jehovah was in my thing here, and you can see all these other tracks. But the idea is that okay, July 20th, 2014. What? Okay, what is that? July 18th, so July 20th is somewhere like right after this. Um, July 20th, it would be right here when I made the Yo Freedom mix. So this is why when I'm doing these mixes and I'm saying this stuff about 1260 or 2520 days, and it seems like I've been working these an exact number of days to try to do these mixes in an artistic fashion to also point out like, you know, time is not exactly how people engage it. Kind of like in Tomb Raider, there's like that time machine thing. It's not really a machine. Well, my whole point is there seems to be some kind of mechanism that is doing something with times, and the Illuminati wants it. And like my whole point is just like, okay, well, it's in the Bible that I'm just like using this number of days specifically so that you see it has value and relevance, and that I can and have been doing things over like long periods of time in order to prove this out because it's if I can do this, I think I do get to be the person on the throne of Yahweh because I think I am. But because I'm the one conquering at the seven churches of Asia, I pulled the sword out of the stone. Okay, so you can see that I'm playing Counter Strike here. Not much. Not much has changed here, right? Hey, ja, ha ha ha. So it seems like normally people won't spell it like that, but it does seem like hey, toy tiger. Is the tiger a little toy? Yeah. So I'm playing video games here. I'm playing Counter Strike. I mean, is that much different than what's going on here? No. So I'm playing Counter Strike and stuff. Um, Playing a lot of Counter Strike. I believe at this point I was living at Joel Macaluso's place. I don't know if he's my enemy or friend at this point. He doesn't seem to be very friendly. Um, so I'll say that part. I don't know if he's my enemy or friend, but he doesn't seem friendly, and he hasn't seemed friendly for a long time. Actually, well, he seems like frenemy kind of friendly, but yeah, I'm not looking for frenemies. So, okay. So here I'm sharing something like, okay, here's where Bella Hadid, right? Okay, well, her name is just a Hebrew name because all Arab things, hey, the Arabs, right? When I'm talking about the Arabic language comes from Hebrew. Every word like everything in the Arab language is derived from Hebrew. Hebrew is the base language. So, you know, it is what it is. That's why even a lot of the words are the same. Then the Quran is a knockoff of the Bible. And like Allah is a knockoff of Yahweh. And you get where this is going. And as I've said, Allah is a feminine deity. And it might as well be either Jezebel or the harlot of Babylon. And I think that's why all this shit ends because something's been using this in a like this fake religion in a way to like hurt people, and it's been hurting me, and so I'm trying to end it. So here's more of me sharing just stuff, and hey, look at these people, Simi Hayes and stuff, and if we go here, just you can see like, hey, I'm these mixes. Okay, well, this is not my first Simi Hayes mix, right? You go here, and like my whole point with this is, well, how do I defend myself if I am being watched and kind of fucked with like this? I can make like artistic stuff to try to like defend myself. That's basically what I and like show that something's going on over a long enough time and prove it out because at this point they're just directly kind of on the face of it, right? But like at one point they weren't just so on the face of things. Someone is extorting Simi Hayes for send me $500. They aren't even gonna send that person $500, or maybe whatever. It's probably because they deserve it, but because they just seem to be evil people that are empowering this kind of abusive stuff around me, and like I can't get them to stop. Um, I don't know, it's something trying to mess with my computer because it really just amped up, and like as I've been saying, it feels like something's trying to hack me in real time, but like the more that they do that, the more I just get not just evidence of it, but like I think Yahweh strikes the people that are doing it and the people they love most in ways which are so distressful. They'll only realize after the fact, much later, that what they've done is only hurt the people that they love the most. So it is what it is. That's how I can defend myself. If you don't like it, well, don't try to fuck with me. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to be a good person, do the right thing, and something keeps trying to fuck with me. Hey, I'm playing PUBG here. This is me getting some PUBG wins. I killed CCCYYYSS. Is that CC like my mom, Cheryl Cohorn? Maybe. But anyway, so we're going up here. Got more. Hey, Olivia Munn and Maggie Moon. This is my joke. Matt Moon, Matt Moon, Matt Munn. I mean, is this Matt from? Is like Matt the gay Matt that's Alessandra Ambrosio's friend? Is that just Olivia Munn hired some actor to be abusive towards me? Probably. I mean, or is it what? I'm a treasure. I'm the moon. Matt Moon. Am I Moon Knight? Okay, again, I'm making these kind of jokes, but it does seem like my whole point with this is Moon and Mun. Like Moon, Mun. Okay, both of their names are here. You can see I've been dealing with Olivia Munn for a while now, so her getting cancer is like, well, it's a cancerous situation. All these abusive people. What do they expect? Hey, a leopard, right? A leopard, leopard spots. Oh, Kabar. You see? Anyway, so oh, a line. Hmm, spots. So if we look at the thing, it looks like this has been a repeated theme: the leopard or jaguar and the spots. Stephanie GMJ, the hum. So if you put a tau in front of it, or maybe a tet, but I think it's a tau. This is like in the beginning. It's the word tomb, but it's also like uh, it's like the abyss, kind of like from. Well, here actually, I'm not gonna say that because I think I'm getting something mixed up. But if we go to Genesis 1, and it's just and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was on the face of the deep. And when you click the deep, it's tomb or Tom or TOUM, TOM or TAM, TAUM. And that's the abyss. So when we talk about the emperor of the abyss from Revelation, this is the abyss it's talked about in Genesis. And I think the whole thing is like, well, if I'm doing the same thing Elohim did at the beginning, I'm making sense of it logically. Yoi, I'm saying the word of God and making light and showing light on an abyssal kind of place of filled with vanity, right? It's just like, hey, tohu, this vanity. When it says the earth was without form and void, vanity. It's vain, and then you put a mem at the end, maybe signifying water or something, or like plurality. Okay, so the vanities and the deep and the abyss, right? And so all this stuff these celebrities are doing is vanity, and it's like instead of focusing on something real, it's hurting people. But let's just keep going. I'm gonna go up. Obviously, my whole point with this is like, hey, I'm making points that are like relevant. I'm pointing out to specific people. I'm not. Hey, Apocalypse recruits Psylocke. Well, it doesn't look like it because she probably wouldn't have cancer, or she would just have come into my reality and spoke in person. But she hasn't, so you get what I'm saying. Here's where I show Apocalypse in the trailer says his name is Yahweh, but the Apocalypse in the movie says his name is Elohim. Well, it seems like some people came and told him like you can't say the name Yahweh. When I'm saying there's a bunch of people pretending to be Jewish that are like trying to get the name Yahweh removed because they're like wizards, they're rabbits, and they're not actually Jewish. They're using Judaism as a shield, and they're trying to like prevent the name Yahweh from being said because they think it's like Voldemort. Well, there you go. I mean, that's what it is. So that's why his name is no longer said as Yahweh. They like had him say another line. Um, he says he's Elohim. So instead of saying he's Yahweh, he just says he's God. So uh, like that was one of his name. Here's where it says all who call on the name of the Lord will be saved, right? Right? And this is the New Testament part, and then you realize it says, all who call on the name of Yahweh will be saved. For on Mount Zion there will be some who have escaped, as Yahweh has said, and in Jerusalem some survivors Yahweh will call. Well, when it says all who call on the name of the Lord, that name is Yahweh. But so this is like literally a quote of this. You can see that the name of the Lord is Yahweh. That's why I'm saying it's important. That's why Revelation clearly says it's important. This is why I'm saying try me, ho. Because when someone acts real bold towards me and has no idea what I'm capable of, it looks like they fucked around and found out. And like with Olivia Munn, she has cancer, or she had cancer. I don't think she's getting rid of it. I think it's like malignant and will keep coming back until she makes like a good person decision. But she ain't gonna do that. So there you go. Not that anything that I can guess from or see. Hey, it's like the guy from Assassin's Creed. He wears the same type of shoes that I wear, literally these Velcro type shoes. This was a way that people were trying to get over a point to me that I'm locked up in some kind of mental prison. Okay, well, that person happens to be, Michael Fassbender also plays Magneto. Clearly, they understand that I have earthquake stuff in connection to being connected to Yahweh because Yahweh has earthquake stuff. Is Matthew Ray Wilkins making the earth shake? I don't know. I seem to be able to do lightning stuff, but whatever it is, it's always in conjunction with Yahweh, right? Does that make sense? Here's where I talk about Olivia Munn. This was when this was posted. When she's like, my shit came out in 2011, no one cared. No one cares because you're evil. But I'd love to push her shit back in, Olivia Munn. Kind of just trying to get her to shut up because, like, yo, you're so easy to see through. Like literally, you went and had like a kid as a joke in order to like whatever people were looking at you in order to make it hard to like for the men who would hope to be whatever with you. It's just hard to watch. So that's all she did it for. She wanted to make an evil point towards me. It ended up hurting her. So when you try to hurt me, it just reflects back on you. Here's Gal Gadot and Maggie Moon. Gal Gadot, Maggie Moon. Uh, I'm just trying to make this point. Look, all the celebrities that seem to be connected to this because they're just evil. Okay, that's what I'm getting at. Hey, Glow, is it ASMR Glow? Could be. Um, so okay, let's keep going. Hey, here's where Olivia Munn says it's not cheating if it's in the ass. And then here's where I tag Imrata and say 47 president, because my whole point. Oh, Hitman Agent 47. Is the presidency here because it sees me as a threat? But then it's like, no, I think I'm the 48th president or like lone survivor or something. That's why eventually I think I say 48 president. But like, because it's like, okay, the 47th president attacks, thinking I'm some kind of thing or some kind of AI around the presidency attacks. And it's like, no, I'm just the next president. So that's, you know what I mean? Am I the president? I don't know. I think I'm a lone survivor at this point. You know what I mean? Designated survivor, because it seems like no one actually is engaging with the reality is around this shit. But here's where I call Olivia Munn a subversive whore, and I'm trying to get them to surrender. They don't want to. Okay, well, sudden death. It doesn't have to be sudden as in immediately. It seems like it's taken a while for her to develop the cancer, but it's also taken a while for this to play out in a way where, I mean, does it look like I'm the bad guy still? Maybe at one point this looked like, oh, he's venomous and blah blah blah. And it's like, well, why? Why do you think that is? Why does it look like whatever? Why? Because these people are fucking evil, and I'm trying to defend myself. It's self defense. But there's me getting more video game stuff. I'm just playing video games, right? I'm trying to be relatively normal, but these people are fucking with me. So here's the point where I start sending this stuff to uh, Stephanie Justin. That's just like on the nose of it. Why? Because at this point they stripped her naked, right? If we go back to Stephanie Houston at this period, they stripped her naked and had her say, "I am what I am. I do what I do." It's just to taunt me. It is just to abuse me through her sexuality, through this woman that's been connected to me. These people are evil. This is why it's a cancerous situation. They're rapists. So when me saying like this is my way of saying like your overt sexuality and trying to hurt me is not going to. Bring me your asshole. I'll fuck it. Otherwise, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? Like, does that sound harsh and mean? What they're doing is so evil and snaky, and like, only because I've played it out this long do I think I have the ability to like break it down in a way where it's like they're now the obvious bad guys and not me. And it still maybe is like to certain people, they're like, well, I don't know. Well, I'm not the one with cancer, right? I'm not the one that I seem to be healthier than ever, right? I'm absolutely trying to be, you know, perfect in the way, be good, be righteous, do the right thing. Okay? I'm just in a really difficult situation. So, or maybe people are like, no, he's in such an easy situation. Dude, I'll tell you this. You can be in an easy situation. If you had this level of pain, it's like put on you by something in your leg, you wouldn't say that. You'd be like, he needs to rehabilitate. He needs everything, any resources he needs, get it to him. Cause like, it's wrong. It hurts so much. Like, there's literally a video of me getting hit by a car with the GoPro on my head. I walk it off. It was not a problem. This thing in my leg hurts so much. I didn't just walk it off, I skated it off. I pull glass. I'm laughing as I pull glass out of my forehead, blood's dripping everywhere. I'm like, I was woozy, but then I'm like, okay, I'm back. But anyway, the Stephanie Houston thing, it's the one where someone like Tao Ma or like Mata Ozzy. I mean, is this a Dr. Ozzy thing again? I don't know. Whatever it is, it feels like they're trying to take artists and like abuse me with them. Artists that I like their music. That's why it sucks. But whatever. If that's not the case, Dr. Ozzy should speak out. Otherwise, Nyx should speak out. But if it is, if he's being used in this way, well, then you're an evil shithead and you're gonna get what you deserve in the same way Olivia Munn is. I mean, I'm just like, I'm tired of having to be like, you either get the good hand or the bad hand. You know what I mean? Like, you either get the strong hand or the graceful hand. Like, But anyway, so me telling Stephanie Houston to like, first of all, she did a thing with feet. I also like feet. I'm allowed to like feet. I'm allowed to like butthole. I'm allowed to like women and vagina and whatever. I'm allowed to like sexual things. I just don't want to do it in a way that hurts me. And like, they're trying to hurt me with sexuality. So this is me trying to defend myself. Again, in the same kind of clause way that I showed with Olivia Munn, she's doing something similar. It's really obvious to show that she's doing this thing where literally the whole point is it says silence, spiritual connection on the wall. Like, she's holding a shirt where she's doing this. It's really obvious that they're trying to get certain points over that are just like, you know, trying to get me attracted to this person and beat me over the head with stuff like written on the wall behind her, whatever. Implied sexuality in ways that it's uncomfortable to me. It's like a venomous poison. So that's just the reality. So I'm dealing with these people that you've seen so far. Notice you don't really see Alessandra Ambrosio yet because I'm not dealing with her at that point. You see, hey, Winnie Harlow. I made a Winnie Harlow mix. All these mixes are up on here. You can see when I made them. I deleted everything at one point because some reason, but I put it all back up here. I ran out of space, I think, and I had to pick and choose. That's why everything that was on my SoundCloud got taken down. Also, because when they threw me in jail, like anything that you pay for while you're in the jail and you don't pay for it, you don't get it anymore. Okay, so they've been ruining my life using the legal system here, and that in and of itself is so beyond fucking evil. I need something to compensate me for having to go through this while being literally physically tortured by whatever this thing is in my leg. And, it's in my arm and stuff too, but the leg is what is currently hurting. It's almost always hurting. It hurts a lot. So, okay. When I say stinky juiced feet and butthole, and then you go up here and like the next day a ring, and then March 18th, Jesse Joe Stark mix, and okay, March 24th. So I'm trying to point out what's going on at this point, and then when I'm like, hey, bring me your throat to choke and your mouth to fuck, and bring me your mouthful to face fuck, and I'm just trying to be as like graphic and disturbing as possible because they're trying to imply something behind the scenes graphic and disturbing. So but this, if you don't realize what's going on, I look like the problem here, right? But when you actually have me break down what's going on and showing that I'm not the problem, then it starts to be like, well, maybe he wasn't the problem and isn't the problem, and we fucked up. So if that's the case, you need to end this and you need to make it right. That's just what it is. So when I say bring me your pussy to rub and lick and fuck, you know, like it is not. I'm allowed to have sexuality. There's literal porn on uh, Twitter, and what she's doing is wrong. If she actually, notice I'm not blocked. What does that tell you? Hey, Akira Toriyama. Remember when the thing hit my whatever, and then he died immediately? Okay, well, like I bring some of his stuff, this Goku, because you know this is not Yahweh, this is not Jesus, and yet this character has all these things. I think it's a way that this snake or dragon has struck and attacked me. But she's just a cute girl, right? Making pretty faces. She's just an innocent girl. She's not a bad guy. Ha 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 ha. Look, she's got a cute little whatever face and you know what I mean? But in reality, she's just a toxic fucking whore. I mean, that's all these women are at this point. Prove otherwise, but you can't. And it's tryouts. Yeah, I mean, you lost. I don't know. You didn't make the team. Okay, so her going around being used by men and women to like harass and fuck with me. Also, Solstice. Hey, that's a drop clock event that we put on. So I'm just making the points here. Hey, Star Wars stuff, more bullshit. Hey, why? Again, why? You get it? This is why. Okay. And then she's making shitty music with these kind of artists. Do I think it's shitty music? I don't know. I didn't listen to it, to be honest. Maybe a little bit, and it's just like, well, it's not that great. Uh, if you wanted whatever, I mean, don't do it like this. But the whole point is to be evil and hurtful to me. That's what I'm getting at. So, um, why? Because she's an evil rapist of a woman. That's what all these women. That's all I've learned is these women are fucking evil and rapey. And then when I'm like, hey, bring me your butt for spanking, hair for pulling, and your nipples for fondling and sucking, and bring me your pussy hole to dominate and fill with my cum. I can say these things if she's being an abusive kind of rapey shithead, which clearly, to me, she is. Um, if you go back around this time, again, they literally stripped her naked and like had her say, "I am what I am. I do what I do." The name Yahweh is generally translated. If you go Exodus 3:14, when Moses is given the name, I am who I am. That the whole reason was to make it like really fucking obvious. They're trying to taunt the God of the Old Testament. They're trying to taunt Jesus and whatever. I don't know if they're atheists. I don't know what they are. It feels like a science experiment, but this is what I can tell you. They're rapist fucking shitheads. This is evil, and this is why all the evil has been brought on their heads and will continue to be brought on their heads. And the weight of this rapey fucking evil behavior is only going to continue to grow each day exponentially. So and now here's where you see Alessandra Ambrosio kind of enter my thing. I don't know if this is the first time I tweeted towards her, but I do think you can see that like okay, I saw it, and like it does seem like hey, the sirens, right? 1029 is that the date here? Yeah, 1029. So I'm going back and it's like hey, the sirens, like either a they're being used by the police in some kind of really rapey fashion like I've suggested. Hey, she, the end, death, level midnight. So I'm guessing this is Jezebel, right? But you know Matzo, it's the Shin. So whatever. And again, if Alessandra Ambrosio was hey Star Throne, all these things, right? You can just see what it says featuring Allie. I've already described how that Allison Payton, who has a sister, Caroline, and who goes by Allie. So Allie and Caroline, and then Alessandra Ambrosio is Ale and Aline. So I do think something weird is going on with that. Uh, did the Pope try to kill me? I mean, probably. All these people fucking just trying to keep power and stuff. But okay. Dark Matter, TK, Maidza. I mean, it's not a team kill. If you raped me, you're going to die. That's what it is. Like, you are not on my team. You've had all this time to actually make up for it. You haven't. You've just been more fucking abusive. So this is why I just don't get fooled by this shit. I mean, maybe I do. Do I? Do I actually? And when I shared this, it's like I think that this is some kind of thing from outside of the United States trying to like fuck with me internal, like from somewhere else, like the police in some one of these, China or some shit. Like, that's why it would be the dragon. But it could just be the police here in America have done something really wrong and they're trying to hide it. So they already did for sure here in Houston to me because they knew. I'm almost positive they knew and were lying about the situation. They just wanted me to shut up. But all this has proved is that the police being used by whatever in order to shut people up when I'm actually the one in the right. The police are the one in the wrong. They've literally committed a rape action against me, and this is why people are dying around this situation. This is why it's cancerous. Literally, people died from volcanic events when they had me in the jail. People died from earthquakes. People died from storm stuff, and all of that shit went up and next level from April 10th to like whatever 4 months later in 2019. So 4 months from April 10th, whatever that period was, all this extreme Earth activity, volcanoes, earthquakes, storms, everything kicked up to stupid levels. That's also when the Jeffrey Epstein thing happened. That's also when, when he killed himself or whatever the fuck happened. And, I think it's just trying to make hints towards me or something. But I do want to listen to this part where it goes, communist engaged, because it's something that doesn't want me to have my own. I can't have my own pussy. It's community pussy. It's literally poisonous and it kills people. That is why death is still existent. Is the community pussy idea. We aren't doing that anymore. You can have your own or you can't have any at all. But when you're doing it in a way that's toxic and it's hurting everybody and these are public figures, how about this? You might be able to do it if you're not public figures. But in any instance, I'm going to say this. I get to control what comes into my reality. Why? Because it hurts people. It hurts people when you don't. That's just the reality at this point that you can see with your eyes, you can hear with your ears. It is obvious that if you're trying to hurt me like this, first of all, Yahweh's condemning you as a rapist. Death into infinite torture is all you can expect. Forcible impact alert. Scanning for Chinese artillery. Liberty Prime is online. So anyway, it definitely feels like Alessandra Ambrosio is being paid by some people elsewhere, but she's from Brazil. She's not even from or supposedly, I don't know, but she's not even from, the United States. So somehow in the United States, these celebrities who aren't even from here are given more whatever to like fuck with someone who's like rooted here. My dad's a veteran. His dad is a veteran. I only didn't serve because literally he told me not to. I mean, maybe that's not the only reason. I feel like I'm serving doing this actually. So this was more in line probably with what Yahweh wanted me to do. Because if you can't defend me, if you like, if I can't exist and I'm like I can, watch the videos about Islam. I'm like the dude who could cut Islam to pieces, point out it's just a farce and whatever. If I can't exist here in Houston, Texas, Christianity's done. That's just what it is. Because I don't see anybody standing up for Christianity like I do. But that being said, oh well, this isn't Christian. Yeah, think of the situation that I find myself in, and then also actually go read the Bible, and you realize the sexuality in the Bible is fucking insane. But okay, this is what I want to focus on: stinky juice feet and butthole, used feet and butthole, because the J is the Y is J, I is J, Y, I, J, all the same in Hebrew. It's the letter Yod. Okay, so, and it's in a lot of European languages. In the Netherlands, the J has got a yo sound, or the Y is, you get it, Stephanie Houston. Like that would, or Joosten would be how it's pronounced, right? I don't know however they decide it. But that's also more to this, like, well, I'm Yoda, right? And Yo is my name. That's literally, you can talk to my parents. Well, it's Matthew, but those have yo-yo on it for a reason. Right? When I pull this out, I've had this since it says yo-yo for a reason. I can go back and show you uh my Gmail account created in 2003, yoyox3 at gmail.com, So just FYI. Are these real uniforms? No, it's I'm an airsofter. But I also think like probably the military needs something like that, some kind of black ops to show that hey, we're more aware than our enemies, foreign or domestic, would want to acknowledge. It's probably actually terrifying how aware things actually are. But okay, in any instance, so no stolen glory, no valor. I play airsoft. All the valor and glory goes to my dad and my grandpa. My dad, 4th Infantry, Vietnam. My grandpa, I think it's 92nd or 26th. This is Buffalo Soldier. Hold on. Buffalo Soldier. Hey, famous black soldiers here in America. My grandpa's literally in the Buffalo Soldier division. I believe it's I don't know. Are these even the same names? In World War II, they were. What is it? Here, let's just look this up because this is important. 26th Infantry, is it not? Which? Oh, 92nd, and they fought in Italy. It's literally the buffalo is the thing. So, was he a buffalo soldier? I mean, technically, yeah. I like it is, and it was a colored division. So hey, I got. I also want to point this out. I got half my head shaved. My dad called me a skippy, a skinhead hippie. I mean, am I a skinhead? No. Well, I guess you can see some skin, and I think I'm whiter than most white people actually. Like, I'm not like, I'm not joking about that part. Like, hey, well, I'm half white or more technically, I guess genetically, but right? I mean, that's like beyond paper white. That's like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Am I friendly? Ah, hopefully. Um, but anyway, my whole point. It's like a ghost. It's like white as you could be. But you get it. So hey, I don't care about race. I'm not trying to make anything about race. It's just weird to me. Again, certain race things have been used to like fuck with me. That's also the stuff with the Nation of Islam, Jay Z, Jay Electronica, and Beyonce. They're just trying to fuck with my head as far as being black and white, and like they empower this stupid religion that's killed a lot of people, led to the rape execution of teenage girls and all sorts of women, and it just empowers the bullshit that's going on. And it's all fake too, and they're fake people, so they deserve all the evil that they get. That's just the reality. Um, then you see Yael here. Ya Ale. Maybe she saw this and she was like, "Oh, he's talking to me," because I think people were watching. But this is the thing where, remember, and like, do I hate Alessandra Ambrosio? I can't tell if she's on my team or not. But every indication is that she's trying to fuck with me and hurt me and cause me problems. And it feels like rape. And the only like I feel like she would have to put forth some insane effort to make it up to me, and like I'm not sure it's possible actually, but like she would in the least I would have to see the effort, and she would actually have to be here, and neither of those things are happening. So do I think that she's on my team? No, I think she's Jezebel or the whore of Babylon, one of the two. But it's just what it is. Does it suck? Yeah, I think she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, so it sucks, but it is what it is. Um, so okay, I just wanted to prove this out. And then hey, a little ring here. So I'm not focused on Alessandra Ambrosio. You can go through here. None of this stuff's about Alessandra Ambrosio. She makes an appearance on my old Instagram, but like, she's not a main focus. As she seems to be the main focus to me now. And like, she does seem to be the like one of the influential characters, or like I think she's either the main bad guy or like, well, I'm gonna say this, her and Anja. And so that's what I'm now about to show. Okay, so I put this out and this is public. People are watching it and pretending they aren't, right? That's when you see the views here, do I actually think it's only this many impressions? No, I think there's some weird thing going on around my account where I can't actually see what people are doing, which sucks. Again, I feel like I'm in some kind of box where people are abusing me, like psychologically, and it's what they don't realize, or maybe they do, and that's why they're doing it. Is it's physically harmful, and like it's caused me physical pain and distress greater because it feels like it's under my skin, because it is. It's like internal, uh, in a way that like when I got hit by the car, I was just able to shake it off. Actually, I think even the like wooziness and maybe how I even took that is in relation to like, well, I was still dealing with this at that point, so I'm not at full strength. But if I am at full strength, I think I'm gonna look like some kind of super being actually. Like I don't put flying and like just directly pulling lightning from the sky and like whatever you'd say like a superhero or a deity might be able to do. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be able to do that if I'm Yahweh on the throne. I think nothing's out of reach or question. So and we're slowly working that way. You can clearly see some crazy shit around me. What are you gonna pretend it's not happening? Yeah, you are. But you know, at a certain point, it's like, oh, it's probably more in people's interest to not do that because Yahweh can strike you. You could when they put me in the jail again. All the earthquake stuff happened. Like everything just kicked up to greater degrees. They literally killed people by putting me in the jail. So yeah, I would say the people that did that here, you killed people. You are their blood is on your head. Is that my fault that I'm like my defense mechanism defended myself against abusive shitheads? I don't think so. But you know, we do live in a fucked up place, and it seems like they're trying to make points. So okay, in any instance, here's this, and I also want to, you know, all this. Also, Phoenix. So I feel like, huh, okay, so I click this. Maybe someone took her account too. Phoenix is a cop. Okay, well, I'm guessing again that people like have been watching this and like, hey, now it's really obvious. Also, is that why Noah Phoenix? I mean, did is this the cop rape attack on my reality, Phoenix Hamilton from Lutheran High North, who literally became a whore and like, you know, my whole point is, well, if I can rent rent pussy and you know whatever, I can't purchase it like you know as it says in the Bible, like you know that's what it in all sorts of other places you can find a virgin wife and like take care of her and you know whatever, but like instead of just renting it, you know what I mean? But okay, cool. Well, I guess she's a cop, huh? To watch, keep awake, be vigilant. This is what I shared with it. And then also, I'm pretty sure Negasonic Teenage Warrior just looks like her. Negasonic Teenage Warhead or whatever. If you go, I mean, it's. I think the character is literally just
Hey everyone, I'm here with Brianna Hildebrand, and you will know.
like. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's just meant to be looking like Phoenix. So that's why I'm like, I'm 99.99% sure this is just how I'm collecting all these IPs, which clearly are just like some wizards and magicians trying to abuse me and steal away my reality. And you know, there's more stuff here. I don't need to fucking I don't need to like show everything, right? But okay, well I guess, you know, maybe this is why Simi Hayes got their account stolen is like people are watching and I just have to like they're waiting for me to figure it out. But I'm a fraud. I'm a fraud, an abuser, a thief, a cop, a narc, and a snitch. Phoenix is a cop. Okay, well there you go. So again, using police like to use sexuality to venom me and like rape away my reality, that would be why I would be the one on the throne of Yahweh, because that's literally what puts the person on the throne. Well, actually, that's what gives the white stone with the new name written on it, and the hidden manna, and then the morning star and the iron rod, which again are only things that the guy in Revelation 19, the one known as the Word of God, the one who is literally, you know, like ascended superpowered form of Jesus, Yahweh on the throne, that one has. Okay? So, yeah. And here, Jukins, I've even recently asked Miss Jones for help. Maybe this makes more sense now, and maybe she'll help now. But, because I feel like everybody's watching. But Jukins, this is what her son called me, Jukins, or Jew, or Jukins. They called me that in high school. Well, seems like Jukins, and maybe I'm like I mean it could be they're trying to like my family is using Stephanie Justin or one of these women in some kind of rapey abusive way or Alessandra Ambrosio, whatever the fuck the situation is. This is why the revelation is as extreme as it is. My life has been like destroyed and this feels like rape because it is. And I'm being, you know, it's something that has raped me. So I'm like making the point, you don't have power over me. Yahweh's going to kill all of you who are doing this to abuse me. Not, not everybody that I've said your name. So, but, the people who are participating in this specifically in an abusive way. That's just what it is. You're bad people. You've really hurt me. During this whole situation, it's killed my grandma. It's killed our cat. My grandma's house got, my parents had to sell it because I didn't have the money that I would have had. How much money in crypto? Lots. That I could have just bought my grandma's house. It wouldn't have been that expensive. I could have bought, whatever, and we could have kept it in the family and stuff. But these people, Beyonce and all these evil fucking rapist people, she doesn't want there to be a real black woman third ward trill, which my grandma was, right? She was the real third ward trill. You go to third ward and you would, Bremen Street, like this is the real third ward trill. Beyonce is just some poser, and why? Because she's easy to be like purchased, right? I think she's actually literally a whore, but I think all these women seem to be whores actually, and this shit's ending because it's a poison and a toxin on society and humanity. But okay, I'm just doing these points and like trying to make points, and like I guess seeing this now that it's really clear Phoenix is a fraud, an abuser, a thief, a cop, a narc, and a snitch, and it's leading to death on all sorts of people, and this is why 4 billion people plus at the end of the Bible die, is that something has raped away my reality. And I don't know, I can only assume that the kind of evil that is like being perpetrated against me would be by like something like this. So okay, just making sure. You have me saying this March 11th, right? And then I do add all of you to poo and pee on, yeah. And then hey, Nibbler makes some dark matter, and dark matter is the thing that drives the ship. So if I'm in some kind of alien mothership, I guess the poop is the dark matter. You get it? That's what I'm getting over here. And the 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 spaceship is powered by like I'm saying with Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio. If they're my dogs, like we can do poop stuff, and like I'll poop on their face and stuff like that. And people want to call me a monkey and like the Monkey King and all that. That's what Goku. Okay, the Monkey King. All right, well, poop stuff. You get it? And poop and pee stuff. And I'm just like, this is how I defend myself. And it's like, would I do that? I want to do all sorts of stuff with Alessandra Ambrosio. I think she's actually my wife and my other half, but it seems like something has used that to abuse me and rape away my reality. And she doesn't seem to be as mad about it as I am, and I can't get her to take any real action to like end it. So it is what it is. And it seems like she's playing a part, which is what I'm about to show right now. So now that I've shown this and this is all brought out into the light, and let me bring it up to here. We're an hour into this. So I could have probably just started with, hey, let me show you this, but I want to make this clear. Like, this started with Stephanie Houston. That's why I think she's the White Stone, a thing that's been sacrificed to idols. All these people, all these fans or whatever that are using her in an abusive way, or Hideo Kojima or whatever, whoever did it, you're just rapist shitheads. And like, you're worthless. Idols. That's what an idol is, a worthless thing. Even if people call it God, people call bullshit God all the time. So you don't seem to have power like God does. You don't even seem to have power like Matthew Ray Wilkins does. Okay, now I want to look at this. So let's bring this back up. Hey, it's the tweets that we were just looking at. This is from my phone. And, I have some iterations of this I already showed in another video on my thing. But I'm just trying to make some points here. Like, at this point, once this happened and it was really clear Stephanie Houston was being used in this capacity, what do I do? Where do I find a wife? If I want a wife and the whole point was she looked chaste and she looked like not a shitty rapist, right? And like evil person, she looked like a good. Just because she looks, I don't know. Is it because she's white? No, it's because she looks innocent and kind of like cutie or something. You know what I mean? And then she just turns out to be literally I guess she's the snake. You know what I mean? She's the abusive fucking rapist of a snake. So there you go. This is why. This is why. Um, so here's the feet stuff, and you get what I'm saying with it. So then within 11 days of this, and you got to recognize they didn't take this picture. So this is like a photo shoot. they had to have someone take the picture. It looks like it's shot on a phone, but that's the point. It's supposed to be personable and stuff. It takes time to develop the idea like, hey, he's posted these things. Let's make a post that's plausibly deniable, but that'll get his attention in order to get him looking at my way, right? That's what Alessandra Ambrosio seems to have done here. Because I had seen her, but all these it like more realistic to me to being like women that would have been attracted to me at this time are women around my age. She's an older woman than I am, which is like not again, none of this intimidates me. It's just like, she's just too she's like a 10 out of 10. All these other women, they don't seem like 10 out of 10s to me. But like, I see Alessandra Ambrosio as like a 10 out of 10. In her looks, in her vibe. Is her actual in reality is she a 10 out of 10? No, it seems like she's an abuser out of an abuse. Like what am I trying to? I'm just trying to make a point. She doesn't seem like that in actuality, based on her actions. So her what she shows is betrayed by how she actually acts. Okay, but like Stephanie Houston, Haley Bieber, Sama High Kadra, again, it seems like their account was hacked too. It seems like this has really pissed off a bunch of people, and it seems like yeah, I'm probably actually the Lord of the Throne of the World. They literally because they did this, I was able to tear down and just like these Arab women, supposed Arab women, maybe they're a little more Egyptian or whatever, but because they did this and they want to be slave masters, that was their point with the whips and stuff. Doesn't seem to be BDSM stuff, and if it is, well, that shit doesn't fly with the Muslims. So you get why it's like they act Palestinian, they're Arabs larping as Palestinians, but and they pretend to be Muslim, but are they actually? No, they stand less for Islam than I stand for God, Yahweh, and if you actually stand for God and you realize Islam is a farce, you can just follow Yahweh and Jesus, right? And you can probably say that like, oh, Matt's actually a cool guy. So I'm calling out these women that probably all these Arab men would call out too, and Arab women because they're just phonies. Like Isabel here, Isabella here, right? And they're all wearing camo. Didn't I just show my camo? And I'm trying to make the point, like, yeah, they're trying to act like an army of fucking rapey evil women to try to harass and scare and intimidate me, and it didn't work. It just turned me into the guy on, oh, probably what I already was, on the star throne, right? Oh, and head crush, snakes and ladders, head crush. I stepped on the. Oh, you get it? I've been making the point for a while now, and it's only gotten more and more realistic. Also, the Houston space theme thing, like, I think I'm a good artist, especially for where I'm from. Like, you know what I mean? I'm making points, and it feels like I'm hated here more than anywhere else. And it's like, I think, I don't know, I don't know, because I can't get anybody to speak that this is evil and wrong. But you can also see all these other women that I made these points with too, and like some of these, this is towards Victoria and Stella, and I guess this one is actually maybe the first mix made more for Alessandra because I guess just thematically, it's kind of what I was going for here. But anyway, I like Alessandra. Do I? Well, not if she's a mean kind of Jezebel lady. I don't, and I can't because she's just poison. And like, I just want to keep reiterating this so that it's like a dagger to her heart. If like, if I'm gonna be on the Star Throne, King of Kings, Lord of Lords, I would have wanted you to be my Queen of Queens, God Empress, like the most high-ranking lady in my harem, wife, whatever. You know what I'm saying? And like instead she's gonna die as an example of a rapist fucking horrible woman that used her daughter in an abusive fashion to try to trap me seemingly for money to empower men or like a police rape trap or some kind of evil like fan rape trap or some kind of rape trap is my point is like if I had known I wouldn't have even wanted to look at them. I'm sensitive enough to where the lightning's fucking reacting to me like what do you think? Or it's just again, it's either me or it's Yahweh, but there's enough of a pattern. It's one of us, and I believe it's Yahweh. But if I'm on His throne, He's giving me some of His power. I could probably also do it too, right? Yeah. It also matches with the Hideo Kojima thing, where in Metal Gear Solid 4, you got a character Raiden, also in Metal Gear Solid 2. Also, okay. well, why do you think it's Ray Wilkins, Ray Din, and then it's just anything but giving Yahweh the Matthew Ray Wilkins giving me what is actually mine. So it's what it feels like. And okay, so again, if Alessandra Ambrosio was as angry as I am, maybe that would solve this. Like, the father of her children, she feels like is a rapist and has tricked her, and instead of like and like even it also fall on Noah and Anja to like feel like that too, because I would when I look at them I'm like, oh, I wish they were my children, because I think that was the purpose, because I think all that this is revealed actually is that for a long time I've been secretly like connected to Alessandra and Broder. Not secretly, but like connected through something. And I think it's because we all have someone out there that is like our other half. And like, I just feel like, I don't know, in the least, I've been tricked into thinking and wanting her as my other half. And I really clearly, even if she's all an evil woman, on the outside, she's really pretty and beautiful. And I like that. And like, I like her vibe, but that can be made up. You know what I mean? And I guess also the looks thing can be made up, but she's one of the few women that like as she's grown older, I think she just gets more beautiful and more beautiful. And like her mom is even beautiful to me, or like her whole family, the whole Ambrosio family. I'm just like, oh, which is why this would work so well. A line, beautiful. Like they're all I mean actually, so I'm just like uh but okay. So I make these posts about wanting stinky juiced feet and stinky juiced feet and stinky used feet, stinky yo feet and butthole. And I'm making a point. Um, and then so you get here within it's not even 2 weeks later. It is 11 days that this is posted. Again, you got to take a few days to uh like take the pic. Well, I think pictures, picked out which one you're gonna do. Set the whole thing up, decide how you're gonna do it. So it's not just gonna be a immediate thing. It could have been, but it seems to me like this is premeditated. That's why I'm making the point. It looks very much premeditated to me. Again, raised his right hand to heaven and swore by the one who lives forever and ever, and made heaven and all that is in it, and earth and all that it bears, and the sea and all it holds. The time of waiting is over. And then, yes, as I lift my hand up to heaven and I say, as surely as I live forever. And then, hey, look, she's raising her hand. Does she live forever? And there's a mirror behind her, so she sees that I'm doing it, though that would be my left hand. But if I'm on, if I'm doing this way of showing it, hey, it's my right hand. They're my right hand. Oh, ha. Um, just kind of making points. Uh, and look, hey, it's a watch. Just watch. She has a ring on here. Well, I don't know if she was actually married at that point, but in any instance, like, yeah, it feels like this is. I mean, I think the whole point is I've been connected to her for a long time, and that this is like, it's supposed to be like, I don't know, are they mocking me? Like, hey, this is supposed to be your family, and we put babies in this woman that's connected to you. That's what it feels like, but whatever. I just like something's also trying to make me feel like I'm either Anja or Noah's dad, and I think they were trying to use like a mask and like to fuck with my head. That's the Alessandra Ambrosio's laughing octopus thing. Oh, hey, clearly another thing that I bring up in these mixes. It is in one of these mixes. I don't know exactly which one because there's 8 hours of stuff and I don't listen to them all the time. If I was to guess, it's probably in YoX2 or YoX3, but it could be in any of them. The YoX1, YoX2, YoX3, or YoX1, YoX2, YoX3. Okay, just making sure that that's that, and you can, you know. So I post this stinky juice feet. I want stinky juice feet and butthole, and I believe that at this point Alessandra Ambrosio is watching, and this is her way of like, oh, I can get his attention, right? And what I take this as is, especially if they aren't here at this point, they have never reached out to me. I've never spoken with them, like for whatever reason, probably because maybe is this some kind of trap or something? Again, it seems like it. I have special access to message towards Anja's account, and she can message, well, she could maybe message back, but I don't think everybody has that ability. So something is up around our accounts. Similarly, they haven't blocked me on anything. In the same way, Stephanie Justin didn't block me. That should be a sign that she wants me to see the stuff. In the same way that you can see I've been messaging towards her for a long time, more than anybody else probably. So when she makes a thing called Matt, MAAT, and like I'm messaging from this account specifically, Yo Matt Ya with two T's instead of two A's. Okay, right? You get it now. I mean, I like at a certain point, a whole bunch of like plausibly deniable things in a pattern over and over and over again, it becomes, it's no longer plausibly deniable. Now they have to provide some kind of evidence that no, we didn't do this. Okay? The impetus becomes it's on them. Okay. So here's Stinky, I'm asking for feet and butthole, and then look who comes in to like seemingly provide that. And I'm gonna use this one here because it gets the whole thing in it. March 22nd, 2018, right? You can clearly see March 22nd, 2018, twinning with my little. Like she's saying, hey, you get both of us. Would I like that? Would I at this point? I mean, clearly I made my intentions whatever a while ago, and they specifically have been beating me over the head with both of their sexualities and being everywhere but here and doing everything but being my friends or my dogs or whatever, my besties or whatever. And she has a friend named Matt who I think is literally, again, it's just like this more of this IP theft bullshit. It's just leave me alone, you fucking rapist shitheads. Go die. Like, leave me the fuck alone. This has destroyed my life. Like, fuck. I mean, actually, it feels so evil because it's clearly twinning with my little Jordake or Jordache or Dan. Eventually, she starts dating a kid named Dan or something. I don't know. It seems like maybe that was suggested yesterday that was Maggie Moon. Like, they're just trying to use these people as like a vessel of abuse to do whatever. It's like an art project of abuse. That's why I defend myself with art. And they're using artists and stuff that I might like to like double down on the rapey, abusive stuff and make me uncomfortable with artists that otherwise that I would like. And like, okay, you either are going with the rapist fucking women or the guy on the throne of Yahweh that lives forever that could grant you eternal life. And like, so you are either rapist women, burning torture forever, you're labeled as rapist, your art is just rape art, you all get thrown in the burning lake. Live forever into a kingdom of heaven where like everything is good. Those were the options for whatever reason. Alessandra and Anja Ambrosio and like their entire family seemed to decide that they wanted to act like fucking rapists. So if it's anything else other than that, they could immediately and should be here. Both of you. Dogs. Or in the least, I be here, explain yourself. Engage what I'm saying. You've had enough time. Again, people have died over this, so you've had enough time. But okay. You can see visually in the same way I've described, like, what are you talking about, a secret lab? There's no secret lab. Like, there's not, like, that concept is like, what secret lab? What secret lab are you talking about, right? Okay, in the same way that's going on, notice the doors open behind her head. And she's specifically positioned, and they had a bunch of pictures to choose from. They chose this specific one. Notice her feet. Both of their feet are clearly in view. Notice how something is preventing, notice how she's stepping on Anja's pinky in the same way my right thing is connected. So I think the point was connect me to both of them, cut me off at whatever, and then use her daughter now. So it no longer is like, oh, Stephanie Justin or Alessandra Ambrosio is like the thing sacrificed to idols. Now she sacrifices her daughter to idols or worthless things in order to rape away my reality. That is why I believe she's Jezebel. Now, if she has anything to say that isn't like that, she can make her point with her words. Otherwise, she doesn't have any defense. Clearly, this is what's going on. Clearly. it's even an ad, right? You see how it's an ad, and my whole point has been they've been using this they've been using this to abuse me, but one of the like really shitty things is like during this situation of abuse, advertisers are using it. Advertisers are using my rape execution that started when I was a child and I've had to pull out into the light of day over like a 30-year period or some shit in order to like, prove this out. And they certainly have a smug look on their face. Oh, well, she's a kid. Yeah, it looks like she's complicit. Looks like the kids. Looks like her mom is also. They're connected, right? They're twinning. But I mean, I don't. At a certain point, her mom has used her like this. It's on them, right? And I kind of want to point out here. So like yesterday, this picture is from yesterday. First of all, you got the dog on her lap and the leopard spots and stuff. But this Chloe Moda, Fernanda Moda's daughter, when I did the Logan video and then I pointed out like, I think Olivia Munn's gonna get cancer. That there's a cancer situation. Olivia Munn's one of the people, and then I said it, and then 12 hours later, a video that didn't get onto my YouTube, then she comes out. So this is why I'm like, you guys are just watching. This is what it has to be. But that all of a sudden she comes out and she has cancer 12 hours later is what that she acknowledges, she like publicly makes a point that she has cancer. Why? Well, they couldn't preempt me saying it, and when I've said it and it's what the reality is, now it's like, oh, it's real. Israel? Yeah, not Palestine. Israel. It's real and it exists, unlike Palestine. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. Yeah. If you have any argument, go watch my Allah versus Yah video. ALLAH versus YAH. So this is why all. This is why everything is mine. All the babes, all the everything. It's all mine. Why? If I'm Yahweh on the throne, it belongs to me. And I'm not going to use it in an abusive fashion like they are. Because they've used it as like rapists. The women have just proved out that them and their young daughters are acting like smug fucking rapists. And it literally is a poison that you can physically hurt people with. So they've been torturing me for a long time. And, this is me finally ending it. And this is why it's so harsh in the book of Revelation towards these characters. If that's not what it is, Alessandra Ambrosio has had so much time. I've made so many of these videos. If something's preventing her, you're killing so much of humanity, something's got to reach out and kill you. And I'm saying, like, Yahweh's going to cancer you into death. Yahweh's going to cancer the friends and family you love most. If there's a hierarchy or something of structure that is like, well, they've done something corrupt, like the police, they don't want to get caught. Every member in that, every member of the press, every member of anything until this situation is resolved, cancerous, terminal, evil diseases. Why? This is an evil disease on me and it's plaguing me, and Yahweh will bring worse plagues on y'all's heads unless you end it immediately. This is clearly happening. This is clearly designed as some kind of rape trap to steal away my reality and hurt me. If you don't agree, I don't give a fuck. I've proved it out enough, and I'll continue to prove it out right here. So, behind Chloe's head, hey look, she's showing her feet. Behind Chloe's head, Jesus on the cross. In the same way, like, oh, hey, behind her head, the door's open, right? The door wasn't actually open, because, the whole point was to be like, get my attention, get me hoping for. And my point with this, by the way, is when I saw this, my thought was like, oh my god, first of all, Alessandra is so beautiful. I'm just like, every time I look at her, I'm just, oh, that's also why it would work well against me. Maybe. Did it? But, and I'm like, so if she's that beautiful, I can assume her daughter is gonna be that beautiful when she gets older. She looks like a kid here. She's a cute kid, but she's not like, I'm not like, oh, her kid. But I am like, oh, they're showing me their feet, and it's like they're saying like it's suggesting that it's for me, and I get both of them, and they're gonna make up for what I've been going through with Stephanie Houston and all these other women, and like they're gonna be my friends, and they're gonna be helpful, and that's what I suggest. I'm just in the least the feet thing and the like door open behind her head and the twinning with my little, and then it's an ad. An ad for who? Because I mean, I don't think they're just trying to sell a product here. If you go back, there's like part of my additional points with this is when I pull this up in my when I pull some of these other ones up, right? Let me recover some of these just to make this point real quick. So these were some that I deleted that just to make this point. So here's where it is in her thing. It's 2018, so I went back and you can see what's written on the wall. There's all sorts of she's in Korea and elsewhere. I mean, again, it's like it seems like something from far away has attacked me here in Houston, and like I'm not just not being protected, but that like the police and like people around me have participated in my rape execution. And when I say execution, I think this normally, if you did this to someone, I think they either kill themselves or it kills them. I think it's almost like Bane and Venom, right? And I just happen I'm not Bane, but like they tried to venom me with the same thing and like it just didn't work as it normally. Maybe I'm like, again, Superman, Batman, in the least the Joker, but the Joker's not trademarked, it's my own, clearly. And Jesus says, "Take my yoke, it's light." Okay. So the reason I did this is like none of these other pictures is the focus on her feet. Like, it doesn't seem like most of them like her daughter. Anja makes an appearance, but like it's not so like twinning with my little. You don't. There's not a focus on the feet. Is my point. Like even with this one on the left where she's in the bath, it's her legs. It's not really her feet is not in focus. So again, it's just like it could not be more obvious to me that the intention here was specifically when I'm asking for feet and butthole that you know is the butthole thing the door open behind her? Well, again, I'm not looking for like really. Like I'm not attracted to kids. I mean, I think she's a cute kid, and I can see like what I'm saying again with this one, where it's like, well, I think when she gets older, I do also say like, well, I see her dad's face in her, and it's not me, and it hurts. It just does, and I can't make it not hurt. Same thing with like I look at Noah and I'm like, oh, I can't tell who he didn't look. They don't look the same to me. So something's going on. But in any instance, also it says village school. I mean, again, it seems like is this didn't my little cousin go to the village school? That's why I'm like, is this some kind of rapey family attack on me? Which would also make sense of in any instance, whatever this is, it's enough to like. I'm pretty sure this is the third and fourth church thing, in the least the fourth church or third church or something, where when I'm talking about that, Pergamum, Thyatira, you know, traps for the Israelites. I'm the Israelites. You get it? Traps for me in order to, and maybe these are the Palestinians, and that's why it's because they're just lying Arabs that are larping, pretending to be Palestinians, the Jews' ancient enemies, to make some kind of evil joke to the Jews. While again they massacre raves. So to Simi Hayes, you aren't ravers. You like empower the people that massacred and raped women at a rave. You aren't ravers. You're evil fucking you want to be slave masters. Well, it looks like now you've brought in yourselves to be the slaves. So and you aren't my master. That's for goddamn sure. No one is. Yahweh, God is. I'll say this: I live in my parents' household. I might be 32. Well, I don't have I'm trying to do this biblically actually because I think there's like a power to it actually. So I'm trying to honor my mother and father as much as I can. When my mom doesn't believe this and she's like empowering it by like not believing it, it's a problem. But I think that that's slowly going away because I'm bringing it out and like dealing with it, and Yahweh is giving me that help and empowerment that I need to like, hey, I'm really being hurt by this, and like you haven't helped me, and like it doesn't look like you're going to until the situation forces you to, and then you're not going to feel good that you just didn't for like however many years. That you listened to the people when I lashed out at people, including Joel Macaluso, who hasn't done like again, is he a bad guy in this? He doesn't seem like a friend. Seems like a friend of me or I don't know. A friend would have like spoken out for me to like with me, standing side by side with me. Hey, this is wrong. This dude doesn't deserve this. You know what I'm saying? This dude is like a cool guy. I've never known him to be like this. Only because of this situation did he turn into something other than. And how could you blame him? Same thing with Emilio Longoria. Unless they've done something wrong in this situation, why wouldn't they give me that? What did they learn at Rice University that taught them to be evil people like this, or to not be good people? Is anybody good? There's none good but God. To not be people that speak up for evil things, you know, speak against evil things when it's going on. And there's clearly an evil thing going on to me. Unless it's not, and then why aren't my dogs here? Exactly. So just clearly an evil thing like is going on here. And it looks like I'm able to be the one laughing now. And I do not believe the burning torture forever is going to be something to laugh at. It isn't. It's just infinitely painful. You're condemned as rapists to everyone for all history, and I'm on the throne of Yahweh. It looks like I get out of this blessed more than ever, and in the light of day, not like, oh, I'm some emperor in the darkness, like, the Satan character. That's what Satan is, the Lord of the Age. Someone snaked away power. Is like a wizard or something that snaked away power, and is like, diviner enchanter. That's what a snake is, and like, he's using women in the same way. Like, oh, if you eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, I'm not that snake. I believe I'm, the dude. I'm closer to the dude on the like. Hey, don't listen to that snake. the floating spirit thing. Hey, don't listen to that snake. It's only gonna whatever. I don't know. He doesn't exactly say that. He just wants them to listen. Eat from the tree of life, you'll live forever. Don't eat from that tree because it sucks. The snake is like, no, if you eat from this tree, it doesn't suck. Well, looks like they ate from the tree that sucks, and now like I don't know. They're dealing with the consequences of it. Which also, again, Buddhism. Okay, the Buddha, Gautama Buddha, the Buddha. Oh, it's all stupid and whatever. It all came after, again, the Old Testament in the least, but even a lot of it comes after the New Testament. And even in the Monkey King, The Journey to the West, the 5 fingers of the Buddha's palm are the 5 pillars. Are 5 pillars, and it's suggestive that something from the East is using Islam. And I'm suggesting it's a woman being used by something from the East using Islam because Allah is a feminine deity. But in any instance, the hand and then the middle pillar and the Monkey King pisses on the middle pillar. Again, the 5 pillars of Islam, well, the 5 pillars in the Journey to the West, when the Monkey King's in the Buddha's hand, it's mocking Islam. That's just what it is. Why? Because Islam's contemptible and something to be mocked. It's a knockoff religion that's caused a lot of death and pain and sadness on a lot of places. And it's really destructive. And it's a problem. It needs to be dealt with. It's a knockoff of Christianity and Judaism. Christianity is the fulfillment of Judaism. Yahweh came as a man. That's Yahweh Sidkenu. He died as a man and rose again as a man. And now he sits at the right hand. This hand that seems to be coming back and developing. Okay, now maybe it's making more sense. So, and again, if Hitler had a time machine, if Satan had a time machine, the dragon had a time machine, who do you think he'd go back and kill first or try to? Yeah, Jesus. Okay, now you get why. Now you get it. Okay. Anyway, so let's look at this. You got Chloe Moda here, Jesus behind her head. There's always Jesus in symbolism. Aren't they Brazilian? This is like Jesus is like a national treasure. It's like their national treasure. Jesus is like their national treasure. What the fuck? Why is this like multiple of the women out of Brazil seem to be directly attacking me? Are they my friends? Because they don't seem like it. Seems like something is using them because I'm attracted to, specifically Alessandra Ambrosio. But and then she seemed to offer her friends and her daughter in a way to like, make up for it, but then never actually came. So, and my whole point with this is like, yeah, I'm willing to wait. Like, if this was the thing, I'd be willing to wait as long as it takes. If you're like, hey, I know what's happened with Stephanie Houston, I can see it. Everybody can. Here's my daughter Anja. Like, she doesn't have a boyfriend. She's young. She hasn't done anything sexual. I'll make sure she doesn't. When she's of age and you're, whatever, like, you will have someone who has saved themselves for you, a virgin. She like, I'll make sure there's not pictures of her naked and whatever. I'll make sure there's not videos. I'll make sure that nobody does anything sexual with her. Then the exact opposite has happened by now, that she has specifically used her daughter in this way in order to be shocking and hurtful to me. That's why I'm pretty sure she's Jezebel, and why I think this is the end. Because like, if I got this over any other way to people and I hadn't already gone off through all this, it would look like I'm a creep or something and blah blah blah. But now that it looks like she's the one, because she is, I wasn't thinking about this shit at all. I wasn't even thinking about multiple women and whatever until the Hailey Bieber and Bella Hadid situation. And then it felt like something, subtly suggested, well, why stop at one? And then I started thinking, like, well, Jesus does come for all the women and all the men. Hey, everybody, you're all married to Jesus if you're Christian. I wonder why. I wonder what would be the cause of that. Am I looking to marry men because I want to, whatever with men? I mean, I do need men to make more daughters so that I can have whatever, but I get to choose and I get, whatever. Anyway, I mean, you get choice over stuff. I'm not just going to be a dictator and shit, like blah, blah, blah. But, I'm going to make this fun and be cool and enjoy it and whatever. But that's what I would do if I was Yahweh on the throne. That doesn't seem to be what these people do. These people seem to be specifically shocking and hurtful on purpose, because that's the point of this shock kind of like rape tactics of the Nicolaitans, which I think she is, right? So that's what I'm getting at. And I think she's the prophetess, the false prophetess of the Nicolaitans. Is that not the case? Well, then you have words, you have a mouth, and you can speak with it instead of doing other stuff, which is, what they've also suggested. That's kind of my point. If, you know, hypothetically, if Andra Ambrosio is a virgin and she saved herself for me, and people are dying because her and her mom aren't being allowed or won't come to like engage what I'm saying, I think it's still a fucking problem. But I mean, if that's the case, if she is a virgin and she saved herself for me, and Alessandra has made a point to like make this like make it up to me, and people are, I'm doing this to make it clear. This, my original intent was Stephanie Jewson, and then they stripped her naked publicly in order to hurt me, and it really did. And how do I defend myself against this? It's like a coven of witches, because it is, but it's a coven of witches. What do I do to defend myself? Witches and wizards. It's just people using mentalism and kind of, subversive tactics to get what they want out of things. Witches and wizards. So what do you think, they're actually doing magic? Nobody's doing the shit that looks like the lightning stuff or the earthquake stuff, volcano stuff like I am, especially not on video. But even if they are, well, there's a part that it says in Revelation that the beast from the earth is going to use all sorts of, like, I think the idea is anything left that isn't the power of Yahweh is going to be aimed at me to try to make me look as, oh, there's another person who can do this, so blah blah blah. You know what I mean? The beast can do this too, so why are you special? Well, you get about 1,260 days, maybe plus 3.5 of that, and then you'll see why. And then there will never be any question ever again. It's how the Bible ends. That's what Revelation is about. Are they the two? Are they the two witnesses? What are they? You know what I'm saying? Is that Jezebel and food sacrificed to idols? Right? Is it? Is there child porn of her and Noah? Because that's what might be. You know what I'm saying? If this is going on and this is how they're using this outwardly to me, and all this stuff with Epstein and Diddy and all that kind of stuff, what do you think is going on with them? What do you think I want out of this? I just want a wife. I wanted a wife who wasn't a whore. I mean, just really, I just wanted a wife whose sexuality was mine and not someone else's, not another man to conquest over me using my own wife. So that someone has like a one up card on me always, so that my wife always, if I piss her off just enough, well, I fuck this guy. And it's like, just like it hurts, right? So just making the point. I didn't do this, they did. What do I want out of this? A wife that's not a whore. This is also why I think Jesus gets 144,000 virgins on Zion, sealed of the tribes of Israel. And then he says, I'll grant you to come and eat my meal with me. And the eating food thing is sexual euphemism. I've put up enough videos recently where I go to Song of Songs. I even go to this specific Song of Psalms, and it's talking about eating and drinking and the fountain of living water, and that it's related to sexuality, but we'll get into that in a second. It looks like she's offering me a cherry because that's what it was. She was offering that, and it's never been paid. And my point is, like, it was there was never any intention to. It was like a trap, right? Yeah, that's what it is. It was a trap. So, okay, so you see, one of the things that I showed here is Chloe, and then the next. Hold on. Why is it still like this? Okay, for whatever reason, it was not switching back. So, okay, show Chloe here. So you see the first one, you can see her feet, and then it's Jesus, right? Jesus behind her head, and then the next one, you see Jesus's feet when Fernanda, her crazy mom Fernanda. That's what I think it talks about in uh in the Portuguese, in the Brazilian, and Portuguese. And so okay, she like moves the angle, the vantage, kind of like I'm saying how the secret lab thing behind me, and I'm like, it's intentional that it's like if I'm sitting here like this, and I'm like, you know what I mean? I don't have to be so obvious with it because they are trying not to be obvious with it, but they're also trying to frame it in a certain way. I mean, I can't describe this any better. Am I ratting on people? Well, fuck you for using this tactic to abuse me. That's just what it is. You're the rats. You're trying to steal, like, give it to some fake emperor that isn't me, that isn't Yahweh, that is, like, leading to death on all people. Maybe a fake female empress or something. Which, again, Alessandra Ambrosio, again, I'd put her in such a high position, like, you know, and she's seemingly has given that up in order to be a rapist. So, okay, well, condemned as such, burning torture forever, you've killed your family. If that's what it is, that's how the Bible seems to indicate it goes. This is my religious belief to be allowed to believe this. Like, it just, this whole situation is abnormal to begin with, and you can't pretend that it is normal, and you can't pretend that I'm not going through and showing that this is intentional, because it clearly is. These are people that make money with their image, literally. They make money from branded posts. Obviously, when I'm showing this and it says ad, you know, everything is intentional. Because if you do something wrong, people can take that money back. So they got to make sure that it's done right. They got to make sure everything's framed appropriately. They got to do, they're intentional. Same way I'm intentional. So I'm just making that obvious. Okay, so you get, you know, oops, oops. You see how you see the cross behind her, and like his feet are now the thing in view, like in seemingly in like the main view, and then it ends. So it goes from pretty much this view to like now his feet are in view. And like, so this is why I, on this one, like, my point with this is like, hey, what's in view in here in this picture? I did this picture sideways so that you'd see what is her hand grabbing at, right? The right leg, Alessandra's right leg. But look at the feet thing. I also wanted to point out again when I do when I pull this mix album cover art that I made, right? And it's my family here, right? And it looks like my mom is like blocking my right pinky, and it looks like Alessandra's blocking Anja's left pinky. Yep. Hold on. Right? So you saw that, and it's her on her pinky toe. And like, it feels like something's cutting me off at this, and it does not feel like I'm not exactly. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. Is my mom helping me, or is she being used by them? Because again, it feels like my mom's drugged out of her mind by like a bunch of pharmakia, pharmacon, which is pharmacists, and like she just instead of doing anything to actually be healthy, just takes a bunch of drugs that the doctor gives her and like, doesn't actually live a healthy lifestyle, but somehow expects her to be like, no, I'm healthy, boy. It's like you know. But you know what I'm saying? But in any instance, something's going on with the pinky, and that's the thing that I'm cut off from that's crippling me. That's the rape execution thing, is that they cut me off. I think it's like, oh, I think it's mine. I think everything is mine, right? And like they've prevented me from getting what's mine. Maybe this is Alessandra cut Anja off from maybe the person she'd be most connected to. Like she specifically attached her to me, so like and put her in my way, so it made her someone I'm specifically attached to. And then instead of like actually doing this like I'm saying, where it's like, well, they could have at least come and visited, and we could have talked and whatever, and I can if Alessandra's my wife, they're both my wives or something or whatever the fuck it is. Like, well, okay, me and Alessandra hang out, and I guess I'm stepdad until I'm whatever, husband or something. But you get what I'm saying? Like, whatever the fuck it is, because they're twinning, right? So I mean, it's both for me, right? Or is it T winning with my little? Hmm. Whatever it is, it's like as in a tie. Like I don't get to win with my own wife. It's a tie or a loss or something, which is yeah, that's rape. You guys are rapists. So is that what it is, or I keep holding out hope. Is this someone else? Can this be Beyonce? Can this be like can this be like I don't know, Olivia Munn actually? I'll take Beyonce and Alessandra Ambrosio. They can all be my dogs. You know what I mean? But like uh it just whatever the fuck is going on here is like seemed really pointed at trying to hurt me. Emotionally, mentally, spiritually, physically, like in every way possible pretty much. Okay, so here you got the feet in focus, and then you got behind her head the door in focus. Oh, and it's a paid partnership. Well, it doesn't seem like I'm paying him because all the money that I have keeps getting stolen through like mysterious circumstances. Yeah, because people are robbing me because it's kind of easy when you can see what I'm doing with my cryptocurrency to figure out how to like tank the projects. The OPCT thing, opacity. I had money in that, and it seems like that was specifically targeted in like the weirdest kind of attack. You know what I mean? Like that all of a sudden the developer just stops working on it, and it's like, well, if you pay him enough money, even though like if he worked on it, it would have made him a lot of money. If you're just gonna pay him the money anyway, you might as well not do it. You know what I'm saying? And then threaten him or something. Okay, well, so that's a very powerful way to steal my money. I mean, it happened with the Big Girl thing too. Right around this time, And then my car was stolen right around this time, right? And then the Stephanie Houston thing kicked up right around this time. I wonder what happened right around this time that really became like, so toxic for me. I wonder. Also, it looks like Alessandra has a ring on her right thumb. Like, maybe there's a code that people are getting along with their rings, and each a ring on each finger might mean a different thing, and multiple rings can mean different things. And I think I've said this in the OTV videos, but anyway. So what is it? Because it looks like I made a video the other day too where it's like it's on my YouTube, but it's not public. But it's basically I'm just tearing into them because I felt sick to my stomach. I'm angry at this. This is also my thing. It's like, is Alessandra Ambrosio angry? If you could have been God Empress of all existence, you see where this is going. That I'm someone, even just that I'm a person with like powers or something, and like your kids could have had those powers too, and you could have been like a superpowered being yourself. But for whatever reason, you've been tricked into raping me, essentially. Wouldn't you be mad if some men or women tricked you into giving away being God, Empress, Queen of Queens, the most powerful, loved woman by, the dude on the throne of Yahweh? A good place in history, the best place for a woman in history. I guess maybe, in Christian thought, maybe next to the Virgin Mary, but I mean, would you be like, if I'm Jesus' father, or, if that's what the whole Seven Churches of Asia thing. I grant you to sit with me on the throne. It's not going to be that I'm Jesus' son, am I? If he's at my right hand, and that's where the scrolls are, or if the scrolls are in the right hand, I mean, something. It's something for both Alessandra and Anja that you gave up like the highest ranking best position to be like in the best legacy that you could have. Like, you are the heroes, you're the good, you're like, whatever. If it's Suicide Squad, you get to be the villain too, but also the hero. Hey, that's why, hey, I'm the Joker. I'm Superman and the Joker and Batman and the whole Justice League. Ha ha ha. But you get it? Like, you gave up being the good guys to be generic rapist villains. And, like, even as a young girl, you've only proved out that moms can use their daughters or sons in kind of a rapist abusive fashion. If not, you have immediately to end this. I mean, actually, because this is where it's headed. This is what it is. This is the legacy that you leave behind. And I'm just slowly pulling it out into the open in a way that, yeah, you are the bad guys. I'm not the bad guy here. She doesn't look like this now because she's older. Both of them are older. So, I mean, is she of age? No. But, I mean, in Brazil, yeah, actually, multiple years over the age. So, I mean, in Brazil, it's all right. And they're Brazilian. So, like, is it all right? I mean, in here, I mean, it's like, oh, it's Brazilian because they're Brazilians. You get it? Only in arbitrary whatever age land are people trying to make points. I can understand 18. I get it. Trust me, I get it. But at the same time, okay, if there's a group of people trying to cut other, like me specifically is like a good example, but I don't think this should happen to any man or woman, that people are using their social clout, whatever, to like trick people into like every virgin, every possible mate. They like try to get ahead of me in order to try to assert over me through them and make me feel bad. It's just what it is. And not just make me feel bad, I think it physically makes me sick. I mean, literally, I think it's the thing that's been crippling me and hurting me, is that they've been trying to cut me off like this. And why do they have the authority? They don't. They're just, you know, satanic. That means adversary. They're just adversarial, evil shitheads, and they've lost. So, this is just me showing that they've lost. Now, whether that is Alessandra Anja Ambrosio, I don't think they have much more time if they actually want to enact like not being the most hated women in all history, not being like, you know, burning torture forever, and their family gets that too, and like every friend and whatever gets sickened, and it's like they are patient zero for an outbreak that is described in Revelation, the pestilence from the fourth seal. If they don't want that, I mean, I need you to speak up and say like, "Hey, we did that. We're sorry," or "Man, it goddamn looks like we did that. We're sorry. We'll make it up to you." Something. Nothing. They've had every opportunity to be good people, or not. How about this? Every opportunity to not be bad people, not be evil people, not be rapist women. Proven that the women can act like rapists too, and even use their daughters, and that the daughters are happy to play a part. Right? Is that what it is? Because that's what it looks like. When all of a sudden she has a boyfriend and they're trying to make sex points, and there's blood coming from her mouth and there's bloody handprints on him, maybe signifying, unless that's a girl secretly, but in any instance, stop. She's not here, they aren't here. She's clearly taunting like baby Yoda, because I'm Yoda. That's my name. They know that's my name. I mean, they know I'm Yo, they know I'm Yoda, right? And even we go here, it says Noah Phoenix. I mean, again, is this Phoenix Hamilton? Is she the rapey whatever kind of narc, whatever the fuck this is? Could be, because these people are evil fucking rapists and they deserve burning torture into infinite burning torture. That's what it is. That's why it describes it like that very specifically in Revelation and in the rest of the New Testament. Satan and his angels, the adversary, someone who thought this was a game and turned sexuality into a game of abuse. Look at what's going on with Diddy. Look at what's going on with Epstein, or what went on with Epstein. The people in Diddy's circle are getting in trouble because they aren't, at least, there's probably some politicians, and I think Prince Harry is hanging out with them, and I think it's supposed that maybe he raped Justin Bieber, and I hear all this stuff. It's like it's all conjecture, and I don't hear Justin Bieber saying anything, but clearly they had a weird relationship. But you know, seems like Haley Bieber's done some evil shit to me too. So all these people, I mean, they're just evil fucking rapists. I'm just trying to like bring this out into light and end it. So, okay, I do want to show this. Yeah, it very clearly looks like she's offering virgins, like a virgin, virgins, food too, right? And look, next to her daughter is a dog. It's like, oh, she's just your dog. Anja's just your dog. I'm your dog. We're your dogs. We're your friends. Look, we're your minions. Except there's a guy behind them wearing a black hat, as if it's like a black hat hacker, and this is how they would hack my reality. Is that mother daughter? They've shared. There's probably a video of them sucking some dick together. Is that uncomfortable? Yeah, it makes me feel really shitty and uncomfortable. It's a poison. But in any instance, whether Alessandra Ambrosio is the one giving me the virgins, or whether, 144,000 virgins on Mount Zion, I get infinite virgins, whatever woman I want, whenever I want, however I want it. She's condemned as a rapist in front of all history. It's killed her and her family and her, everything she loves. She is the worst legacy of any woman ever. Else, maybe she's, on my team. Well, why wouldn't she be here? Why is all the stuff making it to be like uncomfortable? There's an open door behind her, right? And it seems to be focused on her, lower parts there. And look, she's just offering cherries. I mean, is Andra a virgin? It doesn't, at one point I'm sure she was. I don't even know if she's a virgin here. That's kind of my point. It's like, yeah, I'm dealing with a bunch of pedos and abusive people. Do I seem like that? Well, if I seem like an abusive person, it's self-defense. If I seem like a pedo, I mean, look at the situation I find myself in. When it's offered, would I take it? I mean, not at the moment. My whole point is like, grow up a little bit. It's not like these are cute kids. I'm not attracted to kids. I'm just not. So like, I mean, in this again, in the sense, they're cute kids. I can see like her mom is the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Like, do I think at some point she'll be a beautiful woman? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Though again, it's hard to look at her face and not see her father as like, the man who raped me by impregnating my wife. So it just is what it is. Is that why she would be my dog? Sure. Right? Though that would make sense and she could make it up to me like that. And she seems to be playing into it with all her imagery, but whatever's going on where it's not happening, it's just taunting me, is what it is. But I'm also gonna show this because this is actually my thought on this. This is the banana man logic. She's got a banana on her head. I don't know if it's, signifying something else, but I can't, about me specifically. A peeled banana, what does that look like? I'm saying a wiener. What kind of wiener? Well, am I Jewish? No. So, am I? Not in that way. But anyway, I apply banana logic. Here, it's a yellow banana on her head. I would say, no, she's not quite a yellow banana yet. She's still too green for my liking. When it talks about fruits here and come into my garden, right? It talks about, you know, beloved, come into my garden, let him taste its rare fruits, right? That's what it's Song of Psalms 5. It's talking about sexuality. It just is. I've already pointed that out. You don't have to ask, like, the thing where it's literally the character in this is masturbating to like the thought of the protagonist. You're supposed to put yourself in that. Oh, it's Solomon. You're Solomon with a lot of wives. Okay, so the bridegroom. I'm the bridegroom. Bride of Christ. Well, I'm the groom. It seems like, or the one at my right hand is. But anyway, so or Jesus is, and like I believe in him more than anybody else, and this is the only way I'm getting out of this is Jesus, Jesus and Yahweh. So God would have to take action for me, which I think he